All right. Ooh, I forgot to open up Chatty. Hello, I'm posting in Discord real quick. Give me a second. Good luck, thank you. Or at least you've been to a stream? Well, congratulations, I guess. Congratulations. Right. We're about ready. Sort of trying to like center myself in the webcam. I sit at like a really weird angle to my desk, so it's not very intuitive where I'm supposed to be sitting. I'm not sure you're gonna be able to top B%. In terms of chaotic, I won't, but there's still some fun runs today. I haven't updated the current command yet, by the way, for the current run. What was B%? Get as many moons as possible while a text-to-speech bot reads off the B-movie script. Also, an ad's gonna play. Because, you know, there's always that beginning of stream ad. I always forget to press the button right away for that. In the auto ad does it instead. Yeah, once that's over, I'll explain the first run we're doing today. I'll update the current command, all that good stuff. So yeah, give me a second shot. Here, I'll go to this menu so you guys hear something more exciting. I don't know how many we're going to be able to do today. I might have to do 3 streams. We'll see. Because I wanted to start at 4, but I had a ton of homework. And I didn't finish that homework until like 4, and I still needed to go to the store and eat. I wanted to record some stuff for a video today, but I couldn't even do that just because I had too much homework I had to do. Sucks. All right, chat, I've updated the current command. Our first run we're going to be doing today was suggested by none other than CJ Yaw. We're going to be doing a no right stick run, so that means I'm going to have to beat the entire game without using camera controls. The one exception is at the beginning of the game to wake up Mario, but after that I am not allowed to use any sort of camera controls, so no L/R and no right stick. CJ didn't say no L/R, but using L/R, in my opinion, would just ruin the whole challenge. You know, it's boring. So, yeah. How can we tell if you move the camera? That's not my problem. That's not my problem. I feel like you'll be able to tell. Cause like here, let's just do a quick example. This is me running around without moving the camera. If I move the camera, it'll look like, you know, everything gets a lot choppier. Like I think you guys will be able to tell. I think you'll know if I'm moving the camera. That being said, I feel like there's going to be at least one false accusation for me moving the camera during this run today. So, yeah, that's fun. This will probably be really annoying. But hey, that's like the whole point. That's the whole point. So excited for somebody to get mad over a scripted camera pan. Yeah. Also, as a reminder, so you can't actually start the game without moving the camera. So this doesn't count. But for starting from now, I can't move the camera. Starting from there. This is already like so awkward. The camera, like, by default is like looking at the ground, and I don't like that. It's very weird. Yeah, I guess we're gonna see what the automatic camera for this game looks like throughout most of it, because the game makes an effort to put the camera somewhere that would make sense for you playing it. So I guess we're gonna find out today how good that actually is. Isn't this how normal people do left side without moving the camera? Because that's not how I do it. I think. Yeah, I don't think this run's gonna take that long. I think there's gonna be a few annoying parts, and we're like generally gonna, you know, do a slower any %, but I don't think it's gonna be that bad. I don't think it's going to be that bad. The challenge, exclamation mark, current. Hey, Midnight, hope you're doing all right. Also, welcome to the stream, Adrushki. DSS, I can't do Dino skip. I'm not that good. You still have a headache from B%? I don't believe you. I feel like that headache's probably something else. I think some of the boss fights are going to be really weird because I think during the boss fights the camera is always like centered at the boss. I think that's how like the auto camera works. Oh, this is awkward. This is so awkward. It probably doesn't look very awkward, but it feels pretty awkward for me. It's almost like an uncanny valley sort of situation. Where, yeah, it's just very weird. How will wiggle or boss fight change? A good question. I have an idea, but we'll have to see. Oh, jeez. Yeah, this is the run I was going to do at the end of stream yesterday, but we did B% instead. Early Metro? No, we should be able to beat Wiggler. We either... I'll explain to you guys when we get there. There's like two options there. One, in my opinion, is more ideal than the other. Was B%? Just watch the video when it comes out. You'll find out what it is. Or go back and check the VOD. I don't wanna have to re-explain every single run that we've done on stream. All right. I feel like this part might get weird because there's less of an obvious like path to take. So the camera is probably going to be more awkward. Yeah, like that. Hey. This is so weird. I think the camera, like, as I start going this way, will slowly turn. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the auto camera in this game isn't that bad. Not that bad. This is so awkward. Like, I have my thumb completely off of the right joystick. And like my right hand isn't even hovering over the shoulder buttons because I only ever use them for centering the camera on the right Joy-Con. Yeah, this is pretty weird. It's just looking at the ground. I hate this. I like looking at where I'm going, not where I am. Harvey AU on Monday. I might not stream tomorrow because the video I've been working on, I really want to get out soon. So I might just work on it all day tomorrow so I can maybe get it out Tuesday. I don't think you can make a perfect auto camera because that would mean it always does exactly what the player wants it to do, which just isn't realistic, I feel. There's just no way. Turn around, Mario, please. Hey, I did the trick. I hate this so much. All right, I can still warp, because that's the left stick. So that's good at least. Ben Smith, thank you for the Prime sub for 3 months. I appreciate it. Perfect quality of YouTube videos doesn't exist. For about to have 3 videos doing bad speedruns. I know, I didn't think I would do a third, but honestly, the third video might be the best one. In my opinion, based on like some of the ideas we've already done. Good series? Yeah, I stole it from other people too. It's not an original idea. So many people have done the format, but I mean, it's a good format. Excited for a couple of the upcoming ones? Yeah, like most of the challenges I'm doing today, chat, are Amethyst mods. There's one I'll show you today, but it won't really be one I'm doing a challenge run on. Because you can't really make it a challenge run. But it'll be in the video, and it's really funny. It's really funny. I think it'll make a really funny gag in the video. I'm sure Amethyst knows which one I'm talking about. Like chunk percent? Yeah, it's sort of like that, except, you know, it's shorter, I guess. You guys will just have to wait and see. I don't like giving spoilers. All right, next kingdom. All right, wooded time. It's honestly crazy. Like this challenge isn't even like that tame, but it feels really tame just compared to everything else that we've done and that I'm doing. It's weird. Like it's super obnoxious, but that's like how do you compare it to some of the other stuff? At first glance, the game doesn't look that different. It doesn't. But then you realize I'm looking at the 4 quite a bit more than usual. And then stuff like this happens. I think I missed the clip. Yeah, that's a precise clip. Kind of hard to get when the camera angle's off. Look at the 4%. Yeah, it kind of feels like I'm almost doing like a GoldenEye speedrun. Looking at the 4 the whole time to save lag. Also, chat, I'm not looking for What is this? This game. You should be better than this. Are you telling me you don't know what to do with the camera right now? Just no camera thing over there? That's so weird. Now it does. Yeah, one of the things the game does is if your camera is like too close to Mario when he collects a moon, it'll like flip your camera around 180 degrees. Alright, I'm not going for the skip. I just don't trust myself right now. Oh, we got it. Curve is no different. That's not true. It's usually, I'm usually like straight on here, but I'm at an angle now. It's just weird. Huh, interesting, Amethyst. That would explain why there's one moon that doesn't do the camera flipping thing that I know of. Frick, I'm down a moon. Oh, man. I know a moon I can get after fighting Stewart. All right, one more moon. Gonna get the one around the corner over here. Again, with the no camera area. Oh my gosh, and I just grab it through the wall. Okay. Thank you, game. Thank you, game. Shelby, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes. Thank you so much. The best camera is Fir's webcam. Thank you. Alright, I wonder what Bowser's gonna be like. Because like I mentioned earlier, the camera, it feels like it tries to stay locked onto bosses a lot of the time. I wonder how that's gonna go for this one. It might not even matter just because of like speedrun strats. This is definitely more awkward. I can at least say that. Everything just looks slightly off. Yeah, that's how I feel. That is how I feel. I guess I'll get the moon up here. It might be a bit easier than some of the other stuff. This is so awkward. I hate this. I hate this so much. Everything just feels so uncanny. Love the content, thank you. I really don't want to be facing this direction. Actually, no, I'm not getting that moon. Please, camera, just turn around. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Awesome. Awesome. CJ did a really good job of picking a challenge that isn't necessarily hard, but just so slightly obnoxious. It is just ever so slightly obnoxious and annoying. This is revenge for all those hide and seek rounds. Yeah. Maybe so. My favorite challenge so far is definitely the Minecraft one. I know it's just a gag, but it's too funny. It's too good. We'll get that moon later, like you normally do in the route. There is Nautilus, but there will be a video. You know, it kind of works out that the camera automatically moves there. This is the final dumb ideas video. I don't know. All right, chat. So, there's a setting I need to turn off before going into this fight. I don't know which one it is. Which one is the enable motion controls on the camera? I need to make sure it's off. Because we're in the wrong language. Just change it to English? I probably should. Bottom in the fourth, it's the fourth option. It should be this. All right, we're gonna check chat. So this doesn't count, okay? We're gonna check. Okay, it works. So, motion controls can no longer affect the camera. And, I don't know if this fight's actually possible like that. I think it might be possible, just barely. on, get closer to the ground, please. Please, please. Please. Oh no. Is this the only camera angle I can get? All right, we beat phase 1, so this is looking like it's possible. Wait, how am I gonna... I need to like... Will this change the direction I'm facing? I need to have the camera face the direction of the mech. When I capture the tank. I'm trying to do that without touching the stick. Okay, I think I did it. Now I just need him to come towards the ground. I don't know if he will. Which, if that's the case, it's gonna show up on a different wall. This wall. Okay. This is so weird. I have to like walk in such an awkward way. All right. This should be able to work. I need you to like, I need to... That's not the ground. What, does he even go to this wall next? I'm worried he doesn't. Which wall is he at? I can't even see him. Oh, this one. Okay. Come on, to the ground. No? Wait, yes? Come on. Keep walking, keep moving. How long is this gonna take? Oh no. Oh no. No, is there like one left? We just gotta get the last one. Just one more. One more. I'm having to like look at the shadows of the things. Please. Oh, there's two spots. No. No. All right, that's a lot better. I think we just stick with this. And I think I'm gonna have to just wait. No, I can't hit him. No, no, he's too high. Frick, no, we're gonna have to do this all over now. Unless he goes like a bit lower, which I don't think he is. Yeah, what happens if you don't kill him here is he'll spawn back with all the orbs. We're gonna have to redo the entire second phase of the fight. Goofy, thank you for the Prime sub for 3 months. I appreciate it. So I think we just need to wait out the cycles, which sucks, but it's definitely possible. This is taking so long. All right, how many are left? It's annoying. It's like the front 6 or something. And I think those are going to be the hardest to hit. Funny, those are like just barely out of reach. No! Oh my gosh. I couldn't even see that. Those aren't hitting, you're kidding me? And I'm dead. Alright, well, let's just... It's not that big of a deal that I died, because phase 1 took like a minute. So, it's not a huge... Also, chat, stop backseating, please. When people just tell me what to do in chat, it makes me not want to do it. I'd rather solve the challenge in my own way than have chat like, oh, you could do it like this. It just ruins the fun for me. Yeah, so if this is anything like the first time we did the fight, I'm probably not going to be able to kill him here. And we're going to have to wait this for a second time. Unless... No, yeah, this is what happened last time. He's just barely too high. spawn just a bit lower. And then let me kill you. My gosh, it went like up. There we go. All right, phase 1's done. All right, now we gotta get a good capture facing this wall, which this is like perfect. And we're gonna stay in this capture like this for the rest of the fight. On. Oh, are we gonna get this? Hey, there we go. All right, that was a pretty good fight. There we go. GG's, chat. GG's. Alright, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that wasn't that bad. I thought, like, it would be a lot worse. And I mean, it was pretty bad the first time, but the second time, not that bad. Right. Wait, can I even do this? Yeah, I can. I wasn't sure if me turning off the motion control thing messed with this. And always remembers you destroying his remote control car. No, that never happened. That never happened. This is so weird still. Like, we're past the hard part of the run. That doesn't mean it's not weird. I don't think you have to actually go that far, Amethyst. I think Aura is just exaggerating. Unfortunately, Aurorius, it's too late for new submissions. Not taking new submissions. Alright, let me get this moon. And that's my last one. Maybe we'll do another, can't see anything. I can't see anything. Yeah, maybe we'll do another video of this in the future. Who knows? Maybe I'll do it for a different game as well. We'll see. I can't see anything. I just literally can't see anything. Oh, I was hoping I got it because it would look really cool. So is the camera gonna turn around on its own in this room, or am I gonna have to do this backwards? Well, this isn't what I expected, but, okay. All right, then. It really just goes to show this game doesn't expect you to play the whole thing without ever using the camera. So Legend, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes, and thank you so much. Also, the ad-free viewing as well. I need to start saying that because we run ads in the channel now, so people know that. I mean, hey, if you sub, you don't get ads. Well, camera's being weird. Yeah, there's been lots of new people recently. It's pretty great. Appreciate everyone new coming in. I know a lot of the people are from the YouTube, which new YouTube videos soon, hopefully. It's just, you know, who would have thought that making a video where you replace all the textures in SMO would take a long time? Who would have thought? Who would have thought that would be time consuming? I sure wouldn't have. This is exactly what I want to see, Nintendo. A white screen. I swear I'm like on top of it. Need the clip without the camera. I'm not gonna try. Yeah, I'm not doing Boundable. I know people have been asking. This isn't any percent run. I am not gonna do Boundable. Oh, huh. The Snow Kingdom hasn't been that bad. I was a bit worried this kingdom would be, like, stupid. Because everything's inside somewhere, but... it looks like it's not that bad because, I don't know, a lot of stuff is just pretty linear. Foreshadowing? It's not foreshadowing. Foreshadowing implies that I know it's gonna get worse. Which I don't. Alright, that room was pretty annoying. One more move. One more. I think this room won't be that bad because we're going around like a mountain, so the camera will probably just follow me around, I hope. Yep. Pretty easy. You could probably do cameraless Snowdram. I'm not gonna do cameraless Snowdram though. Camera, can you... yeah, kind of like that. That's so awkward. I hate this. I know I've said that plenty of times, but like, I hate this. Camera should automatically turn if I go in here. Yeah. Okay. Easy. I think Fir hates this. I might. What's this angle? I can't even tell where I want to go. I want to go to that, like, cheap. Runs way to bop CJ for suggesting this. I mean, I've done enough to CJ. So I mean, I'm sure some of you watched his most recent video. He puts in all this work to try and win around the hide and seek, and then I hide behind a toad for like 30 minutes and win. I actually watched a video that features me in it. I did. I saw the title and thumbnail, and I realized what round the video was on, and I just had to. I can't even see where I'm going. What is this? I need that moon without getting back in bounds. I'm back in bounds. Okay. Yeah, the editors CJ works with always do pretty well. This is the last time I just chat. I know the answers, but I'm like, oh, chat must be right. Seaside is 43243. I should have trusted my gut. Christine, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Why would you trust us on anything? I don't know. All right, we're almost done. We're on the luncheon. Getting to the final few kingdoms. That enjoy the sub and enjoy the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the sub. Enjoy the emotes in the ad-free view. That's true, it is September, chat. I haven't sold out in a bit. Did you know subs are cheaper? If, you know, you can sub for 20% off. Or more if you do like a 3-month or a 6-month sub. Crazy, I know. Didn't get the discount, but I got gifted a sub. If you got gifted a sub, that's like basically a discount where the sub is free instead. What the heck? Well, except for the person who bought it. Then it's that part's not a discount. Also, as a reminder for anyone asks who, like, what are we doing? And this goes for people who are here too. There's a command, !current. I update it every run. That's what we're doing in the title. If somebody in chat asks, you can just type the command yourself and maybe they'll see it. Yeah, that's the reason why I ignore so much of those questions. Because I don't want to just repeat myself over and over again. I don't think this should be that bad. I have no idea, Peaches. I have no idea. I just know CJ submitted it, and he told me I had to do it. So I... which is funny, because I was already planning on doing it before he told me I had to do it. Okay, 4 more moons. One of them is up here. Oh, it kind of like moved the camera for me. That's nice. Still can't see anything. There we go. Hey, Ruin time. I wonder how Ruin's gonna be. I think Ruin's gonna be pretty easy. Like, you hardly need to move your camera in that fight anyways, I think. So... Shouldn't be bad. Recently watched the early vids of stupid challenges. Yeah, they're all pretty good. They all, I feel, have like a challenge or two in them that's just funny. And I think this one is going to be the same way. Just a few things we do that are just funny. And then everything else is like interesting enough or kind of like cool. But not necessarily something I'd want to do like a full video on. All right, dragon time. I forgot I had a life apart. I forgot I had that. Yeah, this isn't bad at all. Nobody made a folder, did they? No. Not from last week. Hey, Mr. Pizzles. Alright, one last hit. We do all moons Monday tomorrow. I don't know if I can because I need to finish a video, and I think I'm only finishing it by Tuesday if I take stream off tomorrow. I don't want to delay it any longer. All right, 2 kingdoms left. There's definitely a part of me that's afraid of mech because I don't know what the camera's gonna do in that fight. There it is. Oh, when I use the Pokio and poke into something, it moves the camera. The auto camera always moves it so that you're facing the direction the Pokio is. That's really helpful. This is awkward. Like, Mario's even, like, off the screen for some of these. Hey, I actually hit that. I am shocked. This is a bit awkward, but we're good. We're fine. All right, the camera on Harriet seems like it's not that bad. I think this fight will be okay. Go. Next fight, Topper was pretty easy before, so he should be pretty easy again. Oh, we're so close. I'm glad this challenge isn't taking very long. I was getting a bit worried when we got to the Mecha Wiggler fight in Metro, but we're doing pretty good. Pretty good. Like puppet videos, thanks. I might be working on one of those again soon-ish. There's two Odyssey ones I want to make right now. All right, let's see if mech is any bad. This is awkward. This is really awkward. I can't do the fast Topper. Oh my gosh, I can't even see Topper right now. What is this? This camera is so bad. Is this even, am I even on the right side right now? No, it's this side. No, I fell. At least it tries to keep the camera focused on the mech for the most part. No! No, I wanted that. There we go. That was weird, I guess. I don't know how else to put that. That was a weird fight. All right, one more kingdom. Now, Moonskip. Is that gonna be an issue? Moonskip gonna be a problem? I guess we'll find out. Guess we'll find out. I think the camera's gonna turn over to the Sphinx. Yeah. Okay, that probably didn't work. Oh, it did. Wow. Okay, that was easy. That was not hard at all. Alright, the first Bowser fight was already pretty easy, so I doubt this one will be any different. Like, the camera never puts itself in a bad enough position for me to have to worry. Whoops. What about escape? I don't know how escape's gonna go, now that I think about it. I think the beginning of escape, the camera will probably just follow me. But, I don't know about the like the very ending. The ending might be a bit weird. Because like this part, we're just walking in a straight line. The camera can figure itself out. But that last room is like a big open room. I don't know. Camera turned a bit slower than normal on in the 2D section. Like I think I stopped running for a second there because I was just holding left and the camera couldn't keep up. All right, this is like the one part of escape that might be weird. Oh, does it always keep me looking at the center of the room? I think it does. That's kind of weird. But not like not necessarily a, I almost jumped right in that hole. Not necessarily like the worst thing ever. There we go. Oh, now it makes me not turn towards the center of the room? Okay. There we go. 123.07. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Honestly, pretty decent challenge. CJ owes me. He does not owe me stuff. That's not how that works. I'm the one who gets content out of his idea. So I mean, like. All right, chat. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll do the next idea. Okay. All right, sounds good. I will be right back. Okay. Okay.
Gonna start.
Hi, chat. Bye. Okay, I need to set up my other Switch because, I think all 3 of the other ideas I'm doing today are modded. The next 2 are, so yeah, I have to swap switches, chat. Gotta swap switches. What version are you on? That Switch is on 1.3 and this one's on 1.0. Most SMO mods are made for 1.0 because it's just better to make stuff on, apparently. Alright, I need to wait for this to connect to the internet so I can put the mod on. Oh, it's already connected. Awesome. Alright. Let's just delete that because I have some of the mods in right now for the video I'm working on, and you guys, I don't want to accidentally show those. It'll be very weird and confusing if I do. Yeah, I gotta make sure I turn those off. I don't think it'll happen this time, Amethyst. But the first time I launched this version of the mod on stream, version 2, it crashed on this screen. And I don't know why, because I'm assuming you've never had that happen. And I only ever had it happen once. Really? Yeah. It was concerning. But, yeah. So, in an effort to not spoil things, chat, I'm going to hide my screen real quick and pick the mod. Because it says in the menu everything that there is. So yeah, there's 2 options. I'm going to do the more annoying one first. Alright, it should be on. So, give me 1 second. I need to update the command. Also, let me double check who submitted this because I don't remember. I don't remember who submitted this. I need to get the screenshot. All right. Here, I need to have this name up, so make sure I spell it right. All right, chat. So what we're doing is every bonk crashes the game. And that's not a joke. Oh, I just tried to bonk and it didn't work. All right, here. I'm trying to bonk and it's not I'm not bonking. And there it goes. There goes the game. How does that work? I don't know. Is that intentional? Yeah. Yeah, it's entirely intentional. My biggest concern about this mod is sometimes after a crash, when I try and restart the game, it doesn't launch properly and for some reason. That's my main concern. Fish bonks? I don't know. Probably not. I'm just gonna not fish bonk. But yeah, every bonk crashes the game. And we gotta crash one more time, chat, just to double check that the mod stayed on. Yep. It stayed on. This includes damage bonks? Wait, wait, does that mean if I take damage, the game crashes? Anything that does damage and stuns, yes. Oh no. Oh god, I didn't realize that. I didn't know that. Save off in the game, auto saves. We'll be fine. All right. Okay, let's load into a new game. And start. So yeah, if I bonk or take damage in a way that it triggers a bonk, the game crashes. It's as simple as that. Yeah. So I guess don't bonk or take damage. Yeah. This is tense. This is very tense. Yeah, so if I think if I hit one of those guys, the game would have crashed. I think since we're in a capture, if I take damage, it wouldn't crash, because, like, I don't bonk. But I think if I'm Mario... So I don't think it's as, like, blunt as... I'm gonna go the other way. I don't think it's as blunt as, like, any damage is gonna crash. I think it's only damage that triggers a bonk. There we go. Jeez. Like, it's hard to express the pressure I feel right now. Like, I could go through the entire game without bonking. And it's like, I don't even have the mod on. But, there's just no way that happens, right? There's just no way. It's so much weirder when you're like, because normally when you speedrun you don't really care about bonking too much, like it's bad, but it's not horrible. So far, so good. Before I forget, because I forgot again. There we go. I fixed the command. You can bonk on that like little pebble. I was afraid I was gonna do that. All right, we've made it all the way through Cascade without bonking. So not bad. Scary. I haven't felt this sort of adrenaline in a while, chat. I have faith in you, just not 100% faith. Oh my gosh. Right, sand time. Still no crashes. Play the game like I normally would. There's nothing to be afraid of. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh. I hate this because I'm seeing just how close I am getting to all these different walls, and it's just like if I'm slightly off, I mean that's really all I need to do to bonk. Okay. So far, so good. It's only, you know, there's not a ton of moons left I need to get in Sand Kingdom. I think the rod I'm doing, we just skip Sphinx. I don't think we need to get it. Don't worry. If I screw this up, I'm dead. Okay. We might beat Sand Kingdom without any bonks. I think I'm gonna do it. Somehow. I don't know how. But I think we're in the clear. Yeah. No bonks. And I'm just thinking like right now, like, oh, what if I bonk on the Odyssey while going back? But we're good. Somehow, all the way through Sand Kingdom, I still haven't bonked. All right, we're just gonna do lake first like normal. Lake, I think, will be easier than wooded. I got so close to the little ramp there. I could have bonked on that. He bonk while swimming with Mario. I know the fish bonks don't count. Not technically bonks. It's basically anything that triggers the Mario bonk animation crashes the game, to my understanding. I screw up this jump, I could die. Nope. We're still good. Dude, this challenge isn't even a challenge. Oh my gosh, I'm just too good. I'm just too good. I'm gonna make it through this whole challenge. And like the game's just not gonna crash. I'm gonna put it in the video and people are gonna be like, oh, that was boring. That was boring. He didn't even bog. How do I actually know if the game crashes? And that's just the truth. You don't. You'll never know. All right. Okay. We're in wooded now. Still no bonks. Still excellent gaming. If I'm just gonna be honest, I think this kingdom might be the kingdom that finally happens. The any percent route here, not the most forgiving thing in the world. Especially when you consider the fact that, like, you do the out of bounds clip. So if I get the out of bounds clip, that's gonna, you know, I might bonk in there. If I touched the uproot there, that would have been a bonk. Because if Mario takes damage on an enemy and plays the bonk animation, I would have crashed. I think I got it. No, I didn't get it. No. This is actually bad. I have to do flooded pipeway now. I don't want to do flooded pipeway. I don't want to do that one. That's hard. Please don't bog. Oh no. Come on. That counts. Ah. Well, yeah, that's our first bonk. So yeah, like I mentioned, taking damage as Mario does play the bonk animation, so it does crash the game. I'm not going back in that room. I'm finding a different moon. I refuse to go back in there. I'm not going back in. We'll do this moon as a backup instead of the other flooded pipeway moon. Let me Cappy back. I don't want to bonk again. Hey, I mean, we're getting one moon a crash. That's progress. It is some progress. And I guess if anyone's wondering why I am not launching the game back right away, if I launch the game back right away, it how do I put this? I usually get a black screen. That's just something I've noticed with mods on my second Switch when it crashes. So all right, on the bright side, it does look like the moon saved, so we're good. I almost went for that dive. I don't want to crash again. Oh. I think this is challenge 6. All right. I know when I normally do this movement, I'll bonk intentionally. Don't do that. Don't intentionally bonk. Okay, we're doing all right. Melissa, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Man, Wooded is just like... It's stupid. It's just stupid. Hey, at least it spawned me back here. So there's that. I need this moon still. I'll do it a bit easier so I can hopefully avoid bonking. Oh, I got an extra moon somewhere. Okay, I guess I only get one moon in here because we need to do speedward essentially. Because I am not going back into flooded pipes. No way. At least we're almost out of Wooden Kingdom. Like, if anything, at least we're done. 3 bonks, not that bad. I can live with this. Okay, so next up is Cloud Kingdom. One of the concerning things about this is the strats I normally do here, I intentionally take damage. However, damages Mario plays the bonk animation. So I don't think I can do speedrun strats. I think I can do the first 2 hits the speedrun way. Like, this is fine. And so is the next hit. But I can't do the speedrun strat for the 3rd. Have to play this casually. Okay, so let's just not mess up. Lost should be easy. We don't even need to go up there. Whoops. Go. This kingdom should be easy. I'm not gonna bonk in Lost Kingdom. There's like nowhere to even bonk here. Wait, no. Here, don't. Okay, we're good. All right, we're good. See, I told you guys, easy kingdom. Easy kingdom. Like a wooded, only hard kingdom. It's the only kingdom I'm gonna bonk in. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. This mod is way too mild of a punishment. No, that's fine. This is stressful. This is stressful, chat. Oh, okay. All right then. Everything is fine. Alright, Mecha Wiggler's easy. Oh my gosh, it feels so weird to actually do this fight the normal. Mecha Wiggler is easy because we're in a capture right now. I can't actually bonk even if I take damage. There we go. Easy fight. Oh, it's weird. I'm on like the tip of my toes. Just constantly with this.
See that?
Ooh, smooth. Imagine I just didn't stop rolling there. Alright, I gotta be careful not to bonk on the taxi. I gotta roll around it. Okay. All right.
Hi. Oh.
There's actually a few small strats in this kingdom I could pretty easily bonk on now that I think about it. I think I could even bonk leaving that room. Never seen me sound this terrified? You must have never seen me do the damageless runs. Back in 3D world? Ooh. I do want to warp here. Not a bonk. We're fine. Not a bonk. We're fine. Alright, I'm a little bit afraid of this movement. Oh, I actually did it. Okay. It's so easy to bonk there. Dude, I'm just playing out of my mind today. What can I say? Like, look at that. I'm not even playing it safe, chat. I'm just not bonking. How many times have I bonked? 3. It was all in Wooded Kingdom. Like, look at this. I'm gaming. I literally can't be stopped. You need proof that bonking crashes the game. Yeah, but you don't have any proof that bonking doesn't crash the game either. So, checkmate. Probably see it soon enough. Yeah, probably. Like, I gotta do Snowdram. Like, we'll see. Maybe I play the perfect Snow Kingdom, maybe I don't. This is any percent bill. You don't do a roll cancel clip. Okay, not too bad. I'm just disappointed. I'm just disappointed more than anything else. In fairness, a lot of people do bonk there. Like, a lot of people bonk there, guys. That isn't just a me thing. People bonk all the time in Snow Kingdom on those things. I have to go all the way back into Shiveria. Okay, whatever. Whatever. You would have thought that Spiny would have hit me, but I guess it's the hurt box doesn't go up. I was just trying to do the fast strap for the pipe. Oh, whatever. Ad just played Super Mario Odyssey, but if I bonk, an ad plays. That'll be the next challenge. Ingle McSingleberry, thank you for the tier 1. At least I got the moon. I don't have to go back in there. Wait. It didn't count the moon. It didn't count the moon. Didn't count it. All right, do this sub area. Yeah, no more bonks. Starting now, I'm never bonking again. I don't trust myself to not bonk if I try and go fast. Scary. It's been like 5 bonks. All right, now for Snowdram. Okay. Easy. Heckin' easy. You'll love that. Going all right, Eastons. It's going all right. Man, we're only at Seaside. We still have like 4 more kingdoms, 5 more kingdoms. Yeah, Seaside should be super easy because most of it we're just underwater. You don't really bonk underwater. Grab the moon, Mario. Thanks. For the fish bonking doesn't count. And so nobody complains, I'll make sure I don't fish bonk. By going very, very slowly. Go very slowly. If I go slowly, I can't fish bonk. So nobody will complain that fish bonks don't crash. I don't think I have a favorite Mario character, really. I do pick Wario in Mario Party, though. Alright, easy kingdom on the luncheon. Luncheon might be a bit tricky. Taking damage in a fish count? No, because taking damage in a fish doesn't trigger a bonk animation. Taking damage in any track capture does not trigger a bonk animation, so the game won't crash. Have you played any of the Wario games for it? No, I just like how Wario's a greedy fat guy. He's just a funny guy. Well, actually, I played a WarioWare. I played like 2 of them. They're fun. Also, just as a quick reminder, chat, !current for the challenge. I was just a little bit too high there and missed the moon, I would have bonged. No, 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 no! The worst part about that one. The absolute worst part about that one is because I knew it was coming and there was nothing I could do. There was nothing I could do. I had already made the mistake and I had to accept over the next like third of a second that I was going to bog. Again, we're just back at the loading screen. All right. Oh, it didn't count my second moon. Hecked up. Yeah, the fast startup mod helps. That's why the startup screen is different, chat. It skips a lot of the stuff that you would normally have to play when launching the game and just goes straight into the game instead. It was the same thing with the Chaos mod, if you guys watched that stream. So fortunately, I think if I take damage from the lava, it doesn't crash because it's not the bonk animation, it's the, you know, I'm on fire animation. You know, like, not that bad. When will you do the Chaos mod again? I want to do an update for it at some point, so probably whenever we have time to do the update. I was so close to just bonking into that pot, because that's what you normally do there. You intentionally bonk into the pot, so you're lower to the ground when you grab the moon. But that would have crashed the game. Not good. They're mini purposeful bonks? No, only like a couple. There really aren't many. They do exist. Alright, I'm doing this for the fans. Wait, I think I'm on the wrong side of it. Yeah. Easy. Yo, thank you for the 100 bits, Lindsay. I appreciate it. Not gonna lie, Luncheon Kingdom easier than I expected. Very good. I had to make sure I didn't eat my words right there because the movement's a little tricky. All right, not bad. So what are we at, chat? We're at like 5 bonks still. 5 bonks. 6. I mean, that's not that bad. I can live with that. Means the game's only crashed 6 times. That's manageable. Is Ruin gonna crash? If I take damage, Ruined will crash. The damage animation, if the dragon hurts me, is the same as the bonk animation. So, I need to be careful. Just need to be careful, it'll be fine. One hit. Oh, okay. I'm getting careless. I'm getting careless. Just play the game. Focus. Stop just running around because the fight's an auto-scroller. Okay. That was scary. But we're good. Do the wall thing? I probably should have done the wall thing. But that would have been boring. All right, Bowser's, I could totally see some bonks happening, especially a mech. Oh, neck bonks would be really annoying, though. All right, let's do it. Don't say view count. You guys should know better. Than the rules. Obviously, this isn't like a bad thing. I'm happy I'm like getting as many viewers as I am nowadays. But it's weird that I'm at a viewership right now where I may or may not pass over 420 viewers, which means people are more likely to say the view count than they were a few months ago. And it's weird. It's kind of funny to think about. People are more likely to break the rule now just because I'm more likely to pass over that view count. All right. This part's a bit scary. No raids this stream. I've noticed normally when I'm doing something special on stream, my viewer count is higher than normal. But, yeah. Okay. Did I do the fast strat here? I'm doing it, no fear. Ooh, and I didn't bonk. Thank you for the bit. Let's go. Appreciate it. I still have to be careful during boss fights because the damage animation is the same as a bonk animation, so it does crash the game. Not really too worried about Harriet. Like, her fight's pretty easy to not take damage on. More hit and we should be good. Yep. Easy fight. Test it out by I'm not gonna test it out by taking damage. Yeah, Topper's a bit harder. I definitely am more likely to take damage here. Like if I mistime one of these jumps, that's damage. But we're good. Dang. Am I even gonna have to worry about bonking for the rest of the run? Because all that's left that we have to worry about is mech. It's literally the last thing I have any chance of bonking on. I did not, Helly. Okay. Here, wait. I need this moon. We're down a moon. Doing this backwards movement's always a bit scary, because it's pretty easy to bonk on. You know, I'm grabbing that checkpoint just in case I somehow bonk before hitting this checkpoint. You can like tell I'm just like afraid. I'm in fear. Okay. Mech. There is a very likely chance I bonk somewhere here. It's just so easy to. I need to like perfectly time the speed strat so that I don't bonk when trying to land back on the mech. All right. There's like a. I'm just gonna shut my mouth. I'm just gonna shut my mouth. Do the strat. Oh my gosh! I actually did it. Oh, I am shocked. I thought for sure something would go wrong. Honestly, like, I'm too good. I'm too good at the game for my own good right now. Because when I bonk, it's content. But if I don't bonk, then like, what do I put in the video? What do I put in the video? Go to the game. I mean, we are playing pretty well today. We've only bonked like 5 times, 6 times, something like that. Have you bonked at all? We've bonked 6 times. Sprinkle in some accent. None. There's enough bonks. Well, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Literally a meme. Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 32 months. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 32 years of resub. Enjoy the emotes for the month and the ad-free viewing. I appreciate it. What if a cutscene had a bonk? That would be pretty funny. 32 years? I know, that's older than me. Okay, so really, I don't think I bonk anywhere else in the run. Maybe I'll eat my words, but... I don't know if I will. What? What? You can't tell me that was a bonk. That was not a bonk. There's no way. There's no way. Look at that. Look here. Look at this. You can't tell me I bonked there. Excuse me? Excuse me? No, I refuse. I absolutely refuse to accept that. I'm chalking that off as a bug, chat. I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove it. That was a bug. 100% that was a bug. I'm gonna prove it. I refuse to believe otherwise. There's no way. There's no way. I'm just really hoping I'm right and this isn't in a huge embarrassing moment for me. Okay, I grabbed the checkpoint, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, here's my proof, chat. Oh my god, actually was a bonk. I thought it was gonna crash when the rocket flower ran out. Thank you for the 100 bits. Let's go. And Lunar Shadow, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Glad you like the hide and seek videos and stuff. Alright, we're grabbing this checkpoint just in case. How long did it take you to get comfortable with speedrunning the game? I feel like I got semi-comfortable early on. First trick was Moonskip. Also, I'm 24. If I bonk on this door, I'm gonna cry. Okay. Somebody said earlier in the run I was gonna bonk on that door. So I was gonna be really upset if I actually did. Alright, so like before, I can't damage boost because if I take damage from something that plays the bonk animation, it crashes the game. Also, let's go. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Doing the emotes and ad-free viewing. Taking advantage of those September deals. The game crashes just by removing the bonk animation with the files? I don't know. Now I'm curious if that would have worked. Amethyst, are you here? Would that have worked? Okay, come on. That would have worked? Hey. Alright, now that we're in Bowser, I don't think there's any way the game can crash. I think we're as good as done. It only took about, well, an hour and 20 minutes. Assuming I don't die. Almost there. All right. Super Mario Odyssey, but if I bonk, the game crashes. Finished in 1:18:37. That is another challenge done. Oh gosh. GG's. That was a stupid one. That was such a stupid one. Oh my gosh. All right. So I don't have to install anything for the next one. This next one we're not even gonna do a run on. I just want to show it to you. I just want to show it to you guys because I think it's really funny. I need to load a different save file for it though. This will be in the video, but there's not really a way I can make a full run out of it. But it's really funny. It's really funny. All right. So, first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna swap my save file to my 100% save. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen real quick, so I can turn it on, and you guys don't get any spoilers. All right. So the mod is on now. The mod is on now. And what was sent to me was something, you know, the submitter simply called American healthcare percent, and you know, I'll just let it speak for itself. So on death, instead of losing 10 coins, we lose 1,000. It's 1,000 coins per death. Just unironically, that is what it does. You just you jump off, you die, and then right then and there you just lose 1,000 coins. So yeah. What if you don't have enough coins? You just go to 0. I don't think it can go below 0. But yeah, that's American healthcare percent. From a name I'm not gonna say out loud. The name isn't offensive. It's just suggestive, so I'm not gonna say it. All right, let me wait. Can I just show you guys? Yeah, so I've already done the other amethyst mod, so I can turn this back on. So let's turn off expensive death, and the next one is damage speed, which you can probably infer from that what that means. Every time I take damage, we start going faster. It ups our speed. So that's what we're about to do. So here, let's do a quick example where something I can take damage on. Are there any dudes over here? Yeah. All right, so we're at normal speed. Take damage. Now we're running faster. Take damage. Now we're running faster. Take damage. I'm dead. We're even faster. Take damage. We're faster. I can't even take damage anymore. Take damage. We're even faster. But yeah, we're gonna do a run like this. And every time I take damage, we're gonna start going faster. If it becomes too hard, well, I guess that's my problem. Because it gets pretty fast pretty quickly. Like, look at this. Alright, here, let me turn the challenge off and back on. So it resets my speed. Turn it back on. Double check I'm normal speed. Yup. Alright, we're gonna go onto the page to start a new save. And then I'm gonna update the current command. And then let me, who submitted this? There it is. Me not you underscore V2. That's who submitted it. All right. So I think we're ready. I think we're ready. So once again, this is Super Mario Odyssey, but every time I take damage, we go faster. So this will be interesting. So if you don't know something about me, is I have a lot of experience doing damageless Mario Odyssey. So hypothetically, I could probably beat this whole thing pretty easily without taking any damage. It would probably be pretty easy. However, I want to go faster, so I'm going to start off with 1 damage so I can save time. Because hypothetically speaking, this will make the game faster if I'm, you know, starting off with a little bit of speed. That's my thought process, at least. I feel more comfortable starting with 1 damage than 2, but I'm really tempted to do 2. I'm really tempted to do 2. Because if I take damage twice, we're going into like hyper speed mod territory. Gosh dang it. Good thing the bonk crash mod is off. The amount my speed goes up by damage? I have no idea. I just told Amethyst, hey, can you make it so if I take damage, Mario's speed goes up? And she's like, sure. And here we are. Goes up 75% each time? Oh, geez. I'm really thinking about doing that second bit of damage. Really thinking about it, chat. Still thinking about it. It's a tough choice because the more intentional damage I take to go faster, the more likely I am to take more damage later in the run, and the faster it gets bad. However, the run could be faster if I start off with more damage. Ooh, it's so tempting. You know, I just realized something. There we go. That way it is easier to recognize you in chat. All right, sand time. Wait, fricked. Chat, I made a mistake. Here, one second. Just ignore the fact that I'm not moving. even though all we've been, so the last mod was a mod by Amethyst, and this mod is a mod by Amethyst. But when I was updating the current command, I accidentally deleted the part where it said mod by Amethyst. I'm dumb. All right, so chat, I want to just run everywhere, but unfortunately, running feels like it's still slower than rolling. So you know what? I want to go faster. I want to go faster. Is this even... I mean, it is faster. I mean... I think this is fast enough. I don't think we need to manually go any faster than this. I like this speed. It's pretty good. Yeah, like this is great. So yeah, we might end up regretting this decision to take intentional damage. But I think it was worth it. I think it was worth it. Like, look at how fast I go. This is great. As long as I don't mess up for the rest of the run. This is like a perfect situation. Grab the checkpoint, please. Maybe the speed's a bit too much. No, it's not. It would never be too much. It's great. Dude, look at that jump. Look at me go. It's a little hard to control. Not gonna lie, it's a little hard to control, but it's not like too bad. Like, hey, as long as I don't take too much more damage after this, it should be fine. There definitely is that concern, though, that it gets too out of hand and becomes a huge problem. Also, just to double check, Amethyst, if I die, that counts, right? And it only counts as one. I just want to make sure I understand right in case I do die. swimming faster? I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Might only be run speed. Maybe it's swim speed too. Earlier she said it was one. Awesome. For a second that felt faster, but I don't think it is. Or maybe swimming is just so slow that it actually is faster, but you can hardly tell. Oh well, we don't swim much in the run anyways. I think swimming is like a different value you have to change to make it go faster, so. You'd have to like change all of that manually. All right, Rango time. And we've already taken our next hit. Okay. Okay, be careful. We don't want to take more. All right, we're a bit faster now. Just a little bit. Still manageable, I hope. Oh. Still manageable. You know, maybe I shouldn't have done 2 hits in the beginning to go faster. Maybe that wasn't a good idea. Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I've done hyper speed mods before. I can handle it. I can handle it. But this hyperspeed has no cap. Yeah, that's a bit of a concern. Because I can't stop going faster. This, thank you. The rabbit didn't even have time to move. Oh, I don't have enough coins for this guy. Okay, fine. Oh my gosh, look at that triple jump. Oh man. Captures aren't faster because it's all like separate. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're good though. We're fine. We're fine. It'd be funny if captures were faster, but I think you'd have to like manually mess with every capture, which would be really hard. Oh my gosh, look at that jump. Look at me go! Oh my gosh, the movement! Gonna be a bit careful here. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, Mario is a speedy boy. I almost ran right into that guy. We need 2 more moons. Let's do flooded pipes. Might be a bad idea. You know, this is a really bad idea, actually. The off cycle. I've done this. I'll take like 1 damage max. And then there's the 1 damage. See, it's fine. I needed the moon. There's just not many other fast options, okay? All right, it's an acceptable loss. Well, let's just put it that way. Can't give me Spewer. That's right. That's right. You're kidding me. I hate his hitboxes. That shouldn't have counted. That's cheap. That's cheap. All right, before we grab the moon, I need to know how fast is Mario right now. Okay. All right. Pretty fast then. This is gonna get pretty bad by the end, huh? I'm lucky it only speeds up running. I'm lucky it only speeds up running. Doesn't affect crouching? I don't think it does. I think it's just pure move speed. Like when Mario's running and stuff. I'm not gonna cheese by crouching though, if that's the case. If it's just, yeah, if it's just pure move speed, I'm not gonna like try and like cheese it. Don't worry. All right, Bowser. Oh. This is hard. This is hard. Oh my gosh, look at how fast I am. We're only at Cloud Bowser, too. I need to chill out. This is why you shouldn't have purposely taken damage. No, I stand by my purposely taking damage. That was a good idea. No, it wasn't. You guys are just haters. That's what you are. Like, look, this is a buff, if anything. Look at how far I jumped. Like, chat, watch this. Watch this. You can't tell me that the 2 intentional damage were a bad idea. I mean, honestly, if anything, I think it's good I've taken damage like 5 times. If I hadn't taken damage like 5 times, I couldn't just make a jump like that. You know? This is a bit concerning. We're good. Oh, jeez. We're good. We're fine. Alright, I'm doing this the smart way so I don't take damage. Back to the Odyssey. Alright, so what's next? Metro. Metro should be fine. Surprised none of these mods have had bugs. I mean, the game did randomly crash the first time I tried to load it up, so I don't know if I'd say no bugs. That doesn't count. Fair enough. This is so weird with this speed boost. Imagine if Mario could climb faster, that'd be so funny. Alright, chat, watch this. I missed with all that speed boost because I just didn't even jump. I fell. No! I took more damage now. Oh my god. My hubris. We're going pretty fast. That's for sure. Hopefully it doesn't work on captures. I should have done this a safer way. I could have totally taken damage there. Thank you for the bit. Let's go. So hey, Septillion. Give me 1 second. I just wanted to write something down real quick. Yeah, what if I could do jump rope so fast that I just like run through it over and over again and they just count it as jumping? I don't think that's gonna work. Wait, I need to get this moving. Mirror RC car. I'm so fast. Oh, dino room. Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. I need to do the dino room. Here. Here. All right, chat. Here we go. Oh my gosh, he's so fast. What the heck? What the heck? He's so fast. Oh my gosh, what the heck? Oh, I almost went too far at the end there. Go on the pipe. There we go.
Hi. Mm-hmm. Oh.
Bye, Pauline. Chat, again, there's like, honestly, all this damage has been a good thing. I stand by it. I have received 0 consequence throughout the entirety of this run. There is absolutely nothing bad about me taking any damage. I was moving so fast when I started falling. I have like so much air mobility. I only need one more moon. Let's just get you, chat. You think I can make it? The answer is no. I could not make that at all. I don't accelerate fast enough. Fir, try to get to the painting island. Oh, you know I can't resist a challenge like that. I think I can make it. I know we don't need any more moons. I know we don't need any more moons, but it's an easy jump if you ask me. Easy jump. You know, I'm just here to prove a point. I have faced absolutely no repercussions this run yet. No repercussions. Snow Kingdom. We're gonna play Splatoon, but now you're distracted watching the stream? Fair. Yeah, you think I can make this with a normal jump? That was easy. It wasn't even close. And watch this, watch this. I'm gonna make it all the way over to the hole. Oh no, the wall, the wall. I can still do it. No. You don't need the Shivarian, just run. True, I don't even need it. I could just run in Bound Bowl. They wouldn't let me do that. You know, it's against the tradition, I guess, but I could. That's all I'm saying. That'd be a really funny mod. The Shivarian race, but you just get rid of the Shivarian, so you're just doing it as Mario. Or you just described Koopa freerunning, actually? Oh, jeez. Okay. Calm down, Mario. If I make you the Mario race before the end of the stream, will you play it? Sure. It's good content. I could I could like put it in the middle there when I make the comment. Do like a quick aside or something like that. Oh my gosh, Mario moves so weird on the ice. Good thing we get to be a Goomba for a second. It's not even a chance. I can just make every jump now. Honestly, I don't see why I don't just go out of my way to take more damage at this point. It's only been a net positive. It has only been a net positive. Zero consequences for this run. Like, absolutely none. Why am I'm missing a moon? Did I not get... Oh. No. I almost went too fast there. Oh, jeez. Okay, that was close. The new Splatoon looks kind of fun, but I've never really played a Splatoon game, and I know I would play it like once and then never again. So that's the reason why I haven't bought it still. I've also never played a Splatoon game, and I feel like I would get annoyed at a console FPS because I'm so used to playing a game on a keyboard and mouse. This kingdom's gonna be pretty boring because it's mostly underwater, so we're just gonna be in a cheap half the time. The one benefit I will give Splatoon as a console FPS is the fact that you can use gyro aiming, which is a lot more intuitive than using a joystick. Like, it's more natural, if that makes sense. Does speed happen underwater? No, it doesn't. It's a separate, like, variable. All right, 2 more moons and we go to the next kingdom. What? The clip wrong. Heck it. All right, we are out of Seaside Kingdom, the boring kingdom that definitely won't be in the video at all. Make a patch that just removes Seaside, you down? No, it's fine, it's fine. That'd be funny. Could you just remove all the kingdoms if you wanted to after, like, Cascade? Just a genuine question, is that possible? If you really wanted to, could you just remove all of them? You could make it go from Cascade to Moon. Is it Cascade because Cascade's the kingdom that, like, once you it like breaks everything pretty much? Yeah, okay. Oh no, oh no. Never punished. Never punished, chat. The speed is a buff, like I've been saying. It's literally a buff. Zero consequences. Honestly, yeah, give me that damage. I want to go faster. I have received no consequences throughout this entire run. I will happily take that damage. optimal? It honestly is optimal. Never punished. Optimal would have been a lava death. Oh, geez. I just realized if I... It's fine. I needed the extra speed. If I die in lava, that's 3 damage. Well, there's the 3 damage. It's fine. 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 I've never been punished for going fast before. Yeah, Mario's pretty fast. It's fine. It's no big deal. We wanted the speed. Like, how can you look at this and think it's a bad thing? Like, look at that. I can jump all the way over to the building. It's not bad. It's not a bad thing. Okay. Like, chat, look, it's not a bad thing. See? I couldn't do that if I didn't take that 3 extra damage. It's about being closer to the ground when you get hit, Jet. That's why you do the bonk. You'll be lower than if you were to do a jump. At least I think that's the idea behind it. That was close. Ooh. No. Ignore the turnip. I don't need it. Just jump across to the pot. No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't need to do that. It's fine. Hey Dash, hope you're doing all right. We don't need to do that sub area. Careful here. Be careful, like... The extra movement speed isn't a bad thing. Like, it's fine. We only move like 10 times my normal speed. Why are all your emotes naked? Because they're animals, they don't wear clothes. That's why. It's an Arctic fox, not a dog. That's true. Most of the bit emotes are in costumes. And if we get gift sub emotes, I'll probably do more emotes in costumes. But I don't think Twitch is ever going to do gift sub emotes, unfortunately. You have horrible news. Placing normal Mario in a snow race crashes. Tragic. That's so sad. Alright, I think here in the ruined fight, we're gonna finally have like a good perspective of how fast we are actually. And you know, it's pretty fast. Oh my gosh, I almost took damage there. Crouch walking speed is done differently, so it doesn't speed up. That's why I'm not doing it. Because it would just be boring if I... Oh my gosh! Ah! I tried to crouch and Mario just got like stuck trying to go into the crouch animation, like sliding across the ground. You tricked me. Tried to show off that Mario's crouch speed doesn't go up, and then I got stuck. Look at that, it's like... It looks so funny when I try and crouch. Like look at this. No, I'm having too much fun. Stop having fun. No! It's okay, we didn't need that extra... The extra speed, it's fine, it's fine. We needed it. We needed it. It's fine, it's fine. Like, look at this. Like, look at it. It's so fun. See? Oh my gosh, we're just so fast. All right, just grab the moon. I don't want to do that fight again. By the end, you'll be able to skip all of Moon Kingdom. Is it adjusted for Moon Kingdom? It does work on Moon? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. These mods never work on Moon. I don't think the side flip yeeting is in this mod. Yeah. Oh, that was close. Alright, I gotta be careful here because it's really easy to fall off. Falling off does count as damage, so I do have to worry about falling off. Just gotta be careful here. This is so weird. It feels so slippery. Yeah, good. More speed's a good thing, like we said. Wait, no, don't forget the moon. Nice and slow. I think the scaling of speed amethyst is generally more interesting than the scaling of jumping. I think that's why. Oh, that was close. Alright, I gotta be careful here. That didn't work. That didn't work. Alright, I'm a bit worried about the topper fight, because I have to actually, like, do precise jumps here. Like, I guess if I'm, like, really careful... Okay, that's one hit. I'm going faster now. Oh, jeez. This is not the situation I wanted to be in. Oh, that's him, that's him, that's him, that's him. Come here, come here. Please, please. No! That... Okay, well, we're 2 hits faster now. I can live with that, maybe. I can't help but wonder, like, how fast are we actually now? Here, I have an idea. We've got, like, a straight stretch of land here. I want to see how fast it is. Pretty fast. Pretty fast is the answer. Honestly, though, I need to be faster, chat. Too fast? I'm not fast enough. What do you mean? We can go faster. We can go faster. I need this. Your hubris will be your downfall. I don't think so. This is what we've been needing. See? How could you have known, game? I did want to take more damage. I did want to go faster. Alright, let me grab the checkpoint before the fight. I think we're ready now. Icarus moment? No, we need more speed. It's strategic. It'll make the fight easier. May have bonked, but that's fine. See, look, I got back into the right position really quickly. Faster's fine. See, look, the fight's so easy now. I can just go like, you, and I'm back on. Yeah, it was a great idea. Oop. And there we go, I'm back on. It's so easy. I am unstoppable. Uh-oh. We fell. It's fine. The mech can't catch me. Oh, frick. I needed the speed. It was intentional. We're too fast. It can't catch up to us now. Alright, and then we climb back up. Like nothing happened. And we take it out with the Pokio. Honestly, I think we're the perfect speed. It's like, watch, chat, watch. Look at me now. Never punished. Wait. Let me grab the moon. Here we go. Yeah, I've never been punished this run. Every time, realistically, this mod should be called "Every time I take damage, I get stronger." And now it's time for Moon Kingdom. Not time yet. Second. One second. Faster, chat. I need to go faster. Need to go faster. Alright, I think we're good. It's like 4 more hits. Stronger I grow. Fir, this is an intervention. What do you mean? We're almost done. I'm almost there. I'm unstoppable. You guys are just afraid of me. Afraid of the power I've gained. And here you were at the beginning of the run thinking like, Fir, you shouldn't have taken those 2 hits of damage right at the start. You're gaining too much speed. I know. I know exactly what I'm doing. Okay, give me a second. Alright, chat. We find out if we have enough. Almost. I need a bit more. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, chat. Just a little bit more. It. What are you? That's not even hitting me. This is supposed to be like, is this even a competent enemy in this game? All right. All right, now we should be good. Now we should be good. All right. It's time to find out if we have enough. Perfect. I'm coming, Bowser. You can't stop me. Hey, Bowser. I'm too... Don't say it. You're not too fast. You're not too fast. Don't even dare utter those words. You needed to be faster. Intentional. It was intentional. It was intentional. This time, though. You can't stop me now, Bowser. I've become too powerful. You think you can stop me with a little fire attack? Oh, it's much too slow. Yeah, I'm sorry, Bowser. Don't know if that's gonna work. Don't know if that's gonna work. Probably thinking like, oh, you're too far away. You can't hit me. Oh, on the contrary. Uh-oh, Bowser. Where'd I go? He doesn't even know where I am. I'm too fast. He can't even see me. Oh, heck. Yeah, that's right. I can fly too. I can fly too. Thanks for the speed boost. It smells like hubris in here. What do you mean? I beat the fight. All right. I don't need them, chat. There's an invisible one. I can't leave on my own. Less. Wait, maybe I can jump around. Maybe I can jump around. I just need a little more speed. I need a little more speed. I'll just jump around them. Wait, that's solid. Give me a second. Give me a second. What am I? There's gotta be something I can stand on. What is this wall I'm hitting? Alright, other way, chat. Other way. Okay, I don't think we're getting around skipping Bowser. Fine. 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 I'll capture Bowser in his normal speed. Fine, whatever. Even your normal speed. This has been a run. Bowser does feel incredibly slow. But if you think about it, you know, he does have a lot of health. Let me take damage. Let me take damage. Come on. Where are the things? There we go. Which all that means is, when we're not Bowser, we'll just be even faster. If you think about it. You know, a little bit of intentional damage here and there. Here we go. And time. 118:43, Super Mario Odyssey, but if I take damage, I become more powerful. I mean, faster, whatever. Same thing, same thing. So, the question is, after all that, How fast am I really now? How fast am I really? What's the debug menu again? ZL up or zero up? Okay. But after all that, our damage speed factor is 29.5. So does that mean I'm moving 30 times the normal Mario speed? All right, yeah, so 2950, we're 30 times faster than a normal Mario, it turns out. Which, you know, pretty good, if I do say so. Goodbye, world. You no longer bound me. Yep. Into the abyss. All right, so I have one more run, chat. I have one more run for today. There's like one or two other things I still want to do, but I can't do those today. So I gotta switch back to the normal Switch because this last one does not have a mod. We're gonna switch back real quick. Gonna switch back. Give me a second. Hot. All right, let's turn this back on and launch the game. Before I tell you what the run is, chat, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Sound good? All right, sounds good. I will be right back. Behave while I'm gone, okay?
Super Mario Odyssey!
Hello, chat. I'm back. So this next one, is one that people have been asking me to do. Which, I mean, is, I guess, pretty self-explanatory based on the stream title, right? However, it's one people have been asking me to do again. People have been asking me to do unlockable skills again. So, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do the opposite. We're gonna do skill regression. Every time I get a new skill in the Odyssey, I can't use it anymore. Which was suggested, by the way. Somebody did suggest this. So, yeah, we're doing the opposite this time.
Super Mario Odyssey!
You'll lose ground pound, like, immediately? Yeah, probably. Also, I should get a notepad out for this one so I can keep track of what I can't use. Can't wait for you to capture and hold the whole time? Yeah, because I can, unless they tell me I can't capture and hold. Is it even possible? I don't know. We're gonna find out. I decided to do the absolute minimum amount of research into whether or not this is actually possible. I'm pretty sure it is, though. But yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. Let me get a notepad out. So I can write down everything that I can't use anymore. That means no captures too. Oh, well, starting, I can do everything. And capture abilities are not something that it should give you. So yeah, we are doing the reverse of unlockable skills, skill regression. Every time Cappy gives me a tip on how to do something, I can no longer do it because we don't like Cappy in this Twitch chat or this YouTube channel. Heck, Cappy. Can Cappy give a tip on how to throw him? No. He doesn't give cap throw as a tip. Gives cap throw on hold as a tip, or like dive and other weird stuff like that. But yeah, this run should basically start off as a normal speed run where we can play the game normally. But by the end of it, there's going to be a grocery list of things I can no longer do. So we'll see how this goes. I'm a bit nervous. I've said that a few times today, but it is true. I think every single tip Cappy gives you while going through the Odyssey cutscenes is random, excluding the first one. I think the first one is always ground pound. Which the first one being ground pound kind of sucks, because that means I can't get ground pound moons. Or can I? Does spinning and ground pounding count? We're gonna say it doesn't count. Or it does count, so I won't be able to do spin pounds either. I'm gonna have to be an entire mech fight as Okio, aren't I? Spin pound is when you're doing a spin jump and ground pound during the spin jump. We're just gonna count that as a ground pound. Make it easier. Any ground / spin pound for the dragon? Well, if that's the case, then we can spin pound. Or, you know, here. I have a loophole. We'll use it when I get to the fight, okay? There's a loophole for that. Don't tell anyone. We're not gonna use the loophole, chat, until we get there, okay? Because then the run would be boring if I used it right away. So don't tell anyone. Keep it a secret. All right. We get our last moon here. Now it is time to find out what our first thing is. I'm pretty sure it's ground pound, so we won't be able to ground pound. But, yeah, we'll have to see. Because I really don't entirely remember how this whole thing works. Find out. All right, Cappy, what are you gonna give us? By give, I mean take away. Yep, all right, no more ground pounds for Mario. Mario can no longer ground pound. Gonna write that down so I remember. Now I have to live the rest of my days without ground pounding. This is the last challenge for the day. There's still a couple more I want to do, but I don't know when those are going to be happening. They're definitely not going to happen tomorrow. Can't go in pipes then? Yes, I can. I just can't get the moon in here. Also, to keep things simple, Oh, wait, no. I can't dive either. The dive, this isn't even, why did I, this is just as bad as the skill progression, because I can't dive, can I? I can't dive either. What the heck? Okay. Alright then. Not being able to ground pound gets rid of like half my arsenal. I just dived. Shh. This is just as bad of an idea as when I did unlockable skills. You know what? Heck it. I can still dive. As long as I don't ground pound, I think it's fine. Because dive's a separate skill I can lose. So it doesn't make any sense if I can't dive. We're still allowed to dive. I just can't ground pound. Because a ground pound implies I pound the ground. If I don't pound the ground, it's not a ground pound. So everyone trying to be smart saying like, oh, you can't ground pound or you can't dive. Well, it doesn't count. I have to pound the ground, the ground pound. We might need a referee. I'm the referee. And the decision is, a ground pound implies the action of hitting the ground. So as long as I don't hit the ground, I can still press the button. Why would a dive count as ground pound? You have to press the ground pound button to dive. That's why. Yeah, that's the official ruling. I can press the button as long as I don't pound the ground. So many moons are ground pound moons in this kingdom. This kind of sucks. So let's get this moon, because I can just do it on Jaxie. Probably a reason so many are ground pound moons. Yeah, maybe it's because Cappy tells us we can ground pound before entering the kingdom every single time. It's like the only consistent one. Alright, I mean, there's one moon I can get over here. So weird. It's such weird moons because I can't ground pound. Gonna get shop because money, we have plenty. Get employees only, and then I think I haven't grabbed the seed moon yet. That one too. Is rolling one of them? I think by the end of this should be really annoying. Change the time. Bam, we're good. Yeah, the only stuff that counts is the stuff he says in the Odyssey. All right, time for skill number 2. What are we gonna get? What's the worst ability you could use here? Probably something like rolling or diving. Cap throw and hold would also be really bad too, because if I lose cap throw and hold, I can't cap bounce anymore. Because it's just impossible to. You can't go far enough, really. Well, I can cap bounce, it's just I can only do it against. Yeah, there's a few pretty bad things I could lose. We'll just have to see. Right. Homing cap throw, so I can no longer use Cappy to home onto things. I can still throw Cappy, I just can't shake the controller after throwing him. Not that bad. I kind of disagree. Gonna have to like bang into my head that I'm not allowed to home because it's a bit of a weird one to like intuitively remember. Will this be a video? Probably. The plan is for it to be a video. I can't guarantee it'll necessarily make the cut for the video. This is a weird one where a lot of things can get confusing pretty quickly. So we'll have to see. It just depends. Oh, I should have done wooded first because it's the harder kingdom. Oh well. Too late for that. Imagine if talking to people was one of the tips. That'd be annoying, but it's not. least I don't think it is. All right, here we go. Oh no, can't talk the chat anymore. Sad. Yeah, that would be hecked up. Imagine I just couldn't talk to you guys anymore. That'd be so sad. All right. Wait, what did he say? Spin throw? I wasn't paying any attention. I literally zoned out. All right, so no more spin throwing. No more spin throwing. Which, you know, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. Imagine Cappy telling you to save Princess Peach. Game over, man. That doesn't count. Princess Peach telling me to... Yeah, we can't count that. It's the whole point of the challenge and you zone out at a crucial moment. Hey, I'm sorry. How much is not having it restrict? Primarily, I don't need to go. It primarily restricts just ground pounds. Like, we've made it so that even though, you know, I'm technically like in the ground pound animation for a moment while diving, that doesn't count because it would just sort of be stupid if it did. Because like diving's an entirely different skill, so like a ground pound just means I can't hit the ground. How does one suggest a challenge? I'm not doing more suggestions because all the suggestions were like planned prior to stream. It's a lot easier to do suggestions before a stream happens than after. I can't home, I can't spin throw, and I can't ground pound. I gotta just keep reminding myself these things because it's such an oddly specific set of rules. It's so oddly specific. Excuse me. What if you accidentally do it? I don't know. We just hope I don't accidentally do it because there's no real punishment. Spicy soda? I'm not sipping the spicy soda. No, I don't want to do gift subs. I don't want to spend a ton of money on gift subs right now. Like, I'm not doing a punishment. If I wanted to do a punishment, I would have planned it beforehand, chat. So. We're just gonna accept that if I make mistakes, it'll be embarrassing. And really, that's the worst punishment you can get, if you think about it. Always remind the YouTube people. This one might not go on YouTube. I don't know if it'll add enough to the video to actually be worth it. Because there's already so much content. Like, there's a lot. You don't switch sports? Don't own it, so that's my opinion. Challenge exclamation mark currents. Yeah, imagine I did this video and I got a sponsorship from Current, the credit card, like the online banking company. That'd be neat. It would be funny. I have like a meeting on Monday. I'm in the talks with a company about doing like basically having a company I work with that gets sponsorships for me. No. I reached out to a company a friend works with, and they seemed pretty impressed with how the YouTube is doing, so maybe something will happen. It depends. Like, I'll have to see what their the contract they want to give me is, and like if they're even interested in signing me on, etc., etc. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it'll be really nice if I can have a company I can start working with for that sort of stuff. Because if I can get sponsorship money, that means I'll have a lot more money to spend on stuff. So that'll be good. All right, let's see what we get next. Cap throw and hold. That one kind of sucks. So I can no longer hold my cap throws. I can still throw Cappy. I just can't hold the cap throw. So like I can only do that. Can I even cap bounce without cap throw and holding? No, I can't. I can't cap bounce anymore. I literally can't cap bounce anymore because of that. Okay. No more cap bounces. Technically, Cloud Kingdom has no ground to pound. Yeah, but it's still a ground pound. Remember when you said it wasn't a skill? I stand by it. Alright, so we don't get a tip there because we fell down. We weren't in the Odyssey. Well, I guess I have to get kleptoed. When does Mooncame become forced? Mooncame was forced the minute I got cap, throw, and hold. I'm pretty sure it was going to be forced no matter what anyways. No ground pounds. Huh. Chat? You make a good point. I can't ground pound. Spin pounds count as a ground pound. Because he never tells you how to do a spinning ground pound. Give me 1 second. Maybe there's a way? Just fight the bird? I can't. I can't even use 2-player. Wait a second.
Super Mario Odyssey.
Where is it? Chat. I have an idea. Okay, so I can't ground pound, I can't home and cap throw, I can't spin throw, and I can't cap throw and hold. All right? Into this... I've got this. I've got this. This should be... This is none of these things. If you think about it. That was dying. Yeah. Don't worry. So this is none of these things, right? So... Then... Because I'm not cap throwing and holding... to bounce. That was almost a ground pound. Oh my gosh, we were so close to cheating. Oh geez. Oh geez. So yeah, chat, we're in the clear. I can finish the kingdom. We just have to be in 2-player mode to do it. Can I get enough moons without messing up, though? I think so. Have you give different tips in two-player mode? You know, I'm not sure. This is actually a predicament because there really aren't many moves or any mini moons I can get here. Ow. I can't get shopping. I also don't have enough coins. I can get Toad though. I have ideas. Don't worry. Don't worry, chat. You don't need to tell me what to do. Get some coins though, just in case. These could be handy. All right. So now that we've gotten all the moons, I'm gonna go back into one-player mode because we don't need two-player mode anymore. And yeah. All right, Cappy, what are you gonna tell us this time? Roll! Haha! No more rolling. Wowie! Fun! So I can't roll anymore. So we have to, I guess, a long jump everywhere, basically. I can't do the shortcut. Get shop over here. Yeah, there are plenty of moons in Metro. Metro shouldn't be too hard. This is so weird. I almost tried to cat bounce there. That would have been bad. Can't cat bounce up there, so we gotta go this way. Yeah, realistically, roll isn't even that bad of a lose, like chat's saying. Like, honestly, not bad. Yeah, no cap bounds is probably the worst thing. But that can happen a few ways. Like if I... Okay, so if I got no dive first, no dive still I can cap bounce, so it wouldn't be that bad. Cap throw and hold. I know I said the last time I did a challenge like this that it's not a skill, but it might be one of the, like, the single most useful things. Oh my gosh, I don't have control aiming on right now. Let me fix that. Wait. There we go. That feels better. Go. Cat, I told you about the dragon. We'll pass that bridge when we get there. Also, it's not cheating. Capture and hold, so can't do the fast strat. You know, I think I'm gonna do jump rope. We only need to be able to jump to do jump rope, so not a bad choice, I think. There we go. I guess we'll do this as well. We can do bench friends. That's still allowed. No rolling? Yeah, I realized like immediately as I started rolling. It never happened. Cut it from the VOD. Cut it from the VOD. I never rolled. It never happened, chat.
Hi. Oh.
I'm just gonna jump off the ledge. Just, you know, I'm just gonna jump off the ledge. This is my punishment. This is my punishment. Also, ground pound, we've discussed this already. A ground pound only counts if I hit the ground. Like, I can do this, but as long as I don't hit the ground, we're good. Chat, there's a reason. Like, I wanted to try this challenge again, except like do the opposite. Because, you know, it's a cute idea because it was funny in the last video. I don't think this is going to make it into the video. I'm like 90% sure it's just not going to make it into the video. It's just like the last time. It's so just sketchy and confusing and hard to follow for me, and I feel chat a little bit. And I don't think it'll be funny this time, because last time it was a funny way to end the video. This time I don't think that's the case. I'm still gonna finish the run. I just don't think it's gonna make it into the video. And there's already like 10 other things in the video anyway, so the video is already getting like super long, so not necessarily a bad thing. No, I mean, that's basically what the challenge is already, Oro. Important highlights of runs that I didn't want to do full videos on. At the end of the day, I'll decide whether or not I want it in the video. Right now, I'm leaning towards no, especially since there's already so much content that's gonna go in. Gonna be in ones after this? No, but there will be like 1 or 2 more I want to do on a different day. Yeah, I've already been this about the dragon. We have a loophole, and I'm gonna do the loophole. We've been over this. How many idea submissions I ended up getting? I got around 1,100, and I'm doing about 10. So, yeah. Out of like 1,100 submissions, a bit over 10 made it to the notepad. Did I filter through all of those? Yes. I read every single one. What do I get as my last move? Oh, we can just get musician. How many were dupes roughly? I don't know, but a lot. There's also a lot of like garbage in there. And when I say garbage, I mean like literally not suggestions. Like, there's a lot of the really generic ones where it's just like, oh, play Manhunt. Or like, which it's like, I can't really do that. There's probably like 10 people who suggested alphabet percent, which made it to my list for like the 3rd time. I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of a secret. Alphabet percent, I think, has made it to like my list of runs every single time I've done one of these videos, but I have never done the run. I think it has been suggested every single time by multiple people, but I have never done it. What is alphabet percent? Get moons in alphabetical order. On the surface, it sounds super simple, but there's so many if situations that it just ruins it. It's dumb. All right, what do we get? No more wall jumps. Oh boy. No more wall jumps. Okay. No wall jumps. So, what people usually say in those submissions is you can get story moons whenever. But the catch is, so I'm gonna rant about alphabet percent. The thing about alphabet percent is, let's think about it for a moment. When you enter Cascade Kingdom for the first time, there's like 5 moons available. Those moons have an alphabetical order of priority you could collect them in. But once you collect the Madame Brutal moon, you now have access to like 20 moons, which have a different alphabetical order you can collect them in. So every single time you complete a story moon, your scenario changes. Gosh dang it. I don't think I can get that moon less. No. So yeah, it just becomes this big issue. You can't really like do anything. Because it's like, okay, what alphabetical order is the right alphabetical order? Do I have to complete the story in every single kingdom before getting moons in alphabetical order? Or am I allowed to do scenario 1's alphabetical order, even though when I go into scenario 2 in a kingdom, there's gonna be moons that are earlier in the alphabet? It's just a mess. The run is such a mess, and it's so hard to follow. Is the pole a wall jump technically? I'm gonna say no. So yeah, like it's something that sounds super simple on paper, but in reality, it's just way too confusing and not worth it. Like there's solutions, there's ways you can set up the rule, but that doesn't change the fact that it's really confusing. It's just way too confusing. It's never gonna actually make it to a stream. There's a reason it hasn't. It's only ever made it to the notes phase. It always gets cut. Yeah, just way too much preparation too. Yeah, that's my little alphabet percent rant. Yeah, it's really hard to follow, and it's just not interesting enough compared to a lot of the other stuff we've been doing. Like, usually when I do these videos, I like to do things that are, like, short or wouldn't really fit well into a full video, but are still interesting. I just died. Like, the mine a chunk thing took, like, 2 minutes. But it's hilarious, and it's super great for the video. And a lot of the other challenges, it's just like, okay, this is like kind of interesting, but it'd be hard to make a full video out of. Like the Goomba thing. Like that's the sort of thing where it's like, maybe that could be a full video if you put more work into the mod, but it works pretty good in like the set. Alright, I'm gonna do this the intended way. I don't trust myself to not die again. I think that was CJ. Gar. It wasn't me, Gar. It wasn't me. All right. Yeah, I did do breaking laws. Am I gonna have to clear? It's like thinking. I can't get Snowdram. Do I have to do Boundable? Oh, no, I don't have to, but I think I have to get purples. I think I unironically have to get purple coins if I want to be able to... Wait, no, I haven't bought the shop. I haven't bought the shop yet. We can get the shop moon. But we do have to fight Rango, which is gonna suck with our current set of abilities. Also, chat, thanks for sticking around tonight. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for being here. I know this is a little later than my stream normally goes, so I do appreciate everyone who's still here. A fun stream. I am glad to hear that. These streams are always fun to do. I wonder if that's on a timer or it's how many times he bounces. Just sort of a little thought. It's always for the good YouTube videos. Hey, there's some fun ones coming up. I'm hoping the video I'm working on now I can get out by Tuesday. I might not be streaming tomorrow to see if I can finish it. And if you guys want a little hint as to what that is, it's recreating every texture in Super Mario Odyssey. That is the video I'm doing. Talked a little bit about it on stream. It's been a pain because of how much I've had to change. The secret is it's not literally swapping every texture out, but it's every overworld in every kingdom excluding Dark and Darker Side. Every single overworld. I was considering only doing some, but it was just like, why, you know, do half the work? Why not do basically everything that matters? Our sub area is going to be changed? No, because then I'd have to edit like an extra 60 stages. And it would just be way too much content to show in the video. Like, basically, I edited everything I realistically could. Ground pound jump. Hey, that's like a free space. I can't get this moon. No, I just had an idea. Getting a capture. Gonna make this kingdom a lot easier. Have I ever run min caps? I did some of the easier min caps categories, but I never did 3 caps. It's funny, I can't press the switches. It's a clever challenge. It's just jank. Let's just put it like that. It's very jank. It's so easy to accidentally do the wrong thing. Make mistakes and stuff. So chat, if I'm lucky, we could get another freebie, because Quick Swim is one of them. And if we get it after Seaside Kingdom, then well. Like we didn't even lose anything. All right. What are we losing next? I'm buying the cap throw button. Yeah, I don't know if that would work. All right, luncheon. What do we lose? What do we lose? Ooh, ooh, long jump. Ooh. I can still dive though. Oh, I can't even get that moon because it's oh, it's a freaking. Oh my gosh, I'm long jumping. Here, I'll walk back. It's like it'll be like it never happened, chat. It'll be like it never happened. All right. Cut the video and then just delete all the VOD that just happened, and then we just mold it back together, and bam, it's like it never happened. We just rewinded. We rewinded. Time travel mod. See, this is why this run is so jank. I feel like the best way to do something like this would be through modding, but it feels like there's no point. Like once you're modding a challenge like this, like why not make something cooler? This is so unsatisfying to watch, and it just gets more unsatisfying the further we go on, because the movement just becomes less and less interesting. Like earlier in the day, whenever I took damage, it made me go faster. I gained more power the further the run went on. But this run, it's the opposite. The further the run goes on, the more power I lose. Add something new other than out of a grind. Yeah. Modded skill progression, that would be cool. I think modded skill progression would be neat. But again, I just don't think it's worth it to mod it. That's the simple answer. No, I didn't want to dive. I tried to jump and then dive, not roll and then long jump. I'm not allowed to roll and long jump. Splice it, chat. We're splicing it. Splice it. It never happened. Yeah, like, even when I'm making an active effort to not do the things on my list, it's really easy to just accidentally press the wrong button and do something that's on the list. It's like this game drops input sometimes. The audio and video cut off for a second. Yeah, that must be something on Twitch's end. I don't know why that would happen. For your unusable skills right now. Somebody in chat probably has a list. Yes, I'm offloading the work to chat. I have a list. It's just somebody types it. What's that smell? Delicious. Can't get up there and it's a ground pound anyways. Oh my gosh, this is so tedious if I can't backflip up. Okay, good, I can. Because I'm not allowed to wall jump. I have to just wall grab. Watch the next skill to go be diving. I mean, it could probably be worse, to be honest. So I don't know if I'd be too upset with that. Do I have enough coins? No. Okay. You wall jump? Did I? Frick, I'm redoing the room. It's too late. I've already collected the moons, but I have dignity. I have enough dignity to redo the room. There's a reason this one isn't gonna make it in the video. there's a reason. It's just too sketchy, and I don't want to like constantly be reloading saves. There's too much to remember. It's just too much. It's too confusing. I'm not doing it in the video. There's like too many ideas already anyways. The video is gonna end up being longer than normal. So I'll live with not having this one in it. I just don't like how confusing it is. Like, I could do it trying to reload saves, but what would just end up happening is I would get a moon after reloading a save, and there just wouldn't be enough moons left in the kingdom because I'd keep doing it. We're enjoying watching. Well, I'm glad people are still enjoying it. It's still a mess, though, that's for sure. It's still a mess. I mean, I knew it was gonna be a mess when I chose to do it, because when I did the opposite challenge in the video, where it's like, oh, I unlock the skills, I did so many things wrong, and that was like almost the whole joke. I just kept messing up. And it was a funny way to end the video. I just don't want to have that. I don't want to do that again in a video, I think. I don't think I want to do the same joke over, essentially. Yeah, cap, throw, and hold. Heck, cap, throw, and hold. Alright, I need one more moon, and then we can do the, or the story. So let's get notes. This is the last run today, but there's like 2 other things I still want to do. I'll do those another day. I don't know when yet. Because ones I'm having a little bit of trouble getting set up. Somebody suggested a mod that already existed, basically. And I got that mod from somebody, and I'm having trouble getting it to work. So I need to ask the person who I got it from about that. And then there was like one other thing where it's like, what was the other thing? How do I explain it? Do you just want me to tell you guys the idea for this other one? Because this one I might not end up doing. I haven't decided yet. Yes. Okay, here. I'll tell you guys what it is. So one of them was to play Super Mario Odyssey, but the Joy-Cons are completely covered in glue. And like, I have plenty of Joy-Cons that are disposable. So I could do that. But I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to. Just cover a pair of Joy-Cons in glue and then like get some gloves on so my hands don't become an absolute mess. Sounds horrible? It would be. But it's like, I feel like it's almost horrible enough to be funny. Do it barehanded? No, I'm not doing it barehanded. Alright, what skill we got? Triple jump! Okay, that's kind of an annoying one. Because that's one's really easy to accidentally do. The Joy-Cons are expensive. A Joy-Con that's been suffering strict shift for like years, I don't really care getting rid of. Imagine feeling the dry glue. Exactly, this is why I would get a some gloves. Like, I was talking about this idea and how I couldn't do it, and then one of my friends mentioned like you could wear gloves, and it's like, oh dang, I have to actually write this down now. Oh yeah, I gotta cheat on the dragon. And by cheat, I mean use two-player mode, because I can't ground pound, but Cappy can, technically. Because this fight's impossible without ground pounding. I sent my Joy-Cons into Nintendo to get them fixed. Guess what happened? They came back with issues still. Alright. That's one hit. Easy stuff. Yeah, it's technically not cheating. I mean, we've already used two-player mode, chat, because it was impossible with the skills we lost to beat Lost Kingdom, because we couldn't get Cappy back if he got stolen, and we couldn't cap bounce because we lost cap throw and hold. So I had to use two-player mode so I could still do the skip. Joy-Con drift to fix it. At this point, I don't care about fixing the Joy-Con drift on the controllers, because you didn't see that, chat. Let's click. It didn't happen. I hate this challenge so much. Yeah, I'm literally taking advantage of a GameStop warranty, because my Joy-Cons always break within a year. So every time I get new Joy-Cons, I just get the GameStop warranty, and then when they break, I start drifting. I just go back to GameStop, be like, hey, they're drifting. Can I do my warranty? And they're like, sure. And then they're like, hey, you want a new warranty on these Joy-Cons? And I'm like, yeah. And then like 8 months later, when they break again, I come back. It's perfectly within the law. It's not my fault they're offering a 1-year warranty on something that always consistently breaks within a year. Because I use it for like more than the average consumer. It's just how it goes. They always break within a year because I use them too much. All right, what are we gonna get? This is, I think, our last skill we lose. Please don't be dive. Side somersault. I can live with that. But yeah, going back to the reason this discussion started, I could drench a pair of Joy-Cons with glue and a pair of gloves and do the run. But I don't know if it's worth it. Simply put, I don't know if it's worth it. Yes, yes. Is it? Is it? I would have to like buy glue, and glue would probably get everywhere. Be a mess. We can run a poll. Don't run a poll. I don't care what the collective opinion is of chat. Gosh dang it. Which that might sound mean, but it's just the in this instance, it is just the truth. I'm gonna do this if I decide it's worthwhile for me. Yeah, should I just stay in 2-player mode at this point? Use Pokio? There's not a Pokio on this island that I can reach. Will the controllers get stiff? Yeah, probably. So it would be a race against time. Sort of like the B-movie run, where we had to collect as many moons as possible while the B-movie script is being read. Behind the wall, I can't reach behind the wall when I can't cap out. That's what I mean. Just because there's a Pokio back there doesn't mean I can actually get to him. You still can't believe I did that? It was too funny to pass up. When somebody suggests to like have the B movie playing for a challenge, like it's funny. Like I didn't do the idea exactly how they asked, because the way they asked was like too confusing. It was like, oh, every moon, like you read a part of the B movie script or something. Like, the original suggestion was confusing, and it didn't necessarily have, like, enough of a goal. Like, what did the original suggestion say? Yeah, it was during cutscenes, read the B-movie script. And the goal is to finish the script as fast as possible. Like, that's just a bit too confusing. Also, Sonny, I don't think I said thanks for the sub when you subbed. So thank you. I just saw that in the notification feed and I was like, oh wait, I don't think I said thank you. Then you skip most/all cutscene? Yeah, and it's like weird because a lot of cutscenes, like where you're talking with people, like, do I read the B-movie script during them? And if that's the case, do I just sit on them and read the whole script? Like, the first cutscene has text in it with Cappy and Mario. What was the actual B-movie challenge that was performed? Get as many moons as possible while a text-to-speech bot reads off the B-movie script. I think that's, you know, it's taking their idea of reading the B-movie script and turning it into, like, a more coherent challenge. I think it was a good compromise. Do with Morbius now. Morbius is too new of a movie where I feel like I would be more likely to get in trouble. Like, I could even get in trouble, I feel, for having the B-movie script read off on stream. Probably not. But, like, maybe. Morbius is just too new. And then it's, like, technically, like, Disney or something, because it's MCU. It would be kind of funny though if I did get in trouble for the B-movie thing. Like, obviously I don't want that to happen. I don't want to have like a temp ban for something like that. That didn't happen, chat. We're going back in time. Oh, we just beat the fight. Wow. Was that an A-hold for the cap boss? No, it wasn't. It's just because it lags a little bit when you're getting the hits, it stays out for a long time. I did not cap the run hold. I can assure you that because I was thinking about it too. Have you been streaming for like 4 hours? I've been streaming for like 6. Taking the Morbius script every time a cutscene plays sounds funny. Were you there for the B-movie script one? The B-movie script is wild. Like, that movie is actually just insane. And it's even crazier when you, like, don't realize what's going on. Like, you realize there's this whole court sequence where, you know, the bee is suing, wait, I don't need this mood. There's this whole court sequence where the bee is suing, like, all the honey manufacturers in the world, representing all the bees in the world. And for the entire time, I didn't realize that his lawyer was a mosquito. And it's just like, what the heck? You just are completely missing that context. You can't see anything. Honestly, the lawyer being a mosquito is pretty funny. Yeah, the movie is just so wild. Are you talking about bees? Because one of the challenges I did yesterday involved the bee movie. So I'm gonna basically just have to do this whole fight as the Pokio. Doesn't a woman fall in love with the bee? Yeah. Yeah, they're dating, I think. Gosh dang it. The B-movie stuff will be in the video. Yes. I don't know how much of it will be in the video. Like this viewer ideas video is just gonna be unhinged. There's so much just dumb stuff we did this time around. I think it's gonna be a good video. It's supposed to be unhinged. Yeah. Like, there's some genuinely interesting challenges in there. Yeah, a lot of it is just, like, stupid. Just got the most uncomfortable subway ad possible. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Yeah, chat kind of is like the mad scientist, huh? If you have a question about Amethyst and her stream schedule, Panda Player, I'd ask in her Discord. It's just a better place to ask. Same goes for questions to like any streamers about their stream schedule. I would ask in like their stream or their Discord or whatever instead of like somebody else's. All right, chat, we're on the final area and we don't get another skill in this one. Because there's no Odyssey moment. Just cutscenes. What skills did you lose? Ground pound, homing capture, spin throw, cap throw and hold, roll, wall jump, ground pound jump, long jump, triple jump, inside somersault. Are we gonna stream next? Tomorrow or Tuesday? I might not stream tomorrow because I have a video I really need to finish, and it's been like over 2 weeks since my last upload, and I really don't want to, you know, delay the video any longer. I want to like make sure I can get it out. be able to make that still. I need more health. I can definitely do... I can't. I need to die. I can definitely do this part. Wasn't that a cap throw and hold? No, because this game is a bit weird. Like, trust me, I'm being very careful about the cap throw and holds. If I've made mistakes, it hasn't been with the cap throw. And you're just gonna have to trust me on that one. Sometimes cap throws just hold for longer than you would expect. Oh my gosh. Alright. I can make this with a damage boost now. Wait, I didn't even need a damage boost. What the heck? That was easy. That whole sequence is probably possible without taking damage. Aww. Aww. I have to die. Wait. No, I have to die. I need the bullet bill to get all the way up and across, which you can do. But why? Because I can't ground pound and I can't make this jump, that's why. So I have to not have that explode. Which again is possible. I've done it plenty of times. I'm just getting unlucky. Slash executing wrong. Does it break like right here? I might need to like go off to the edge or something. I don't know. Being a bit weird. Not entirely how I remember it. Isn't the puzzle on the path for the Moai? It's a timed thing. So even if I capture the Moai, blocks won't be there unless I ground. There we go. You know, for once, I'm gonna capture you. There we go. This fight's honestly gonna be a little annoying with our current skill set, mainly because I don't have cap throw and hold. That's how I normally do this fight, with cap throws and holds. It's still backflip though. I can do this. Wait a second. That was really awkward because I can't home, but I mean it worked. Hey, what the heck? There we go. We're almost done, chat. I just gotta beat Bowser, which will be kind of annoying. They can't cap throw and hold. Man, imagine we had done this with rules where ground pounding made it so I can't dive. That would have sucked. But I still agree with our decision earlier. It's just, it would have been stupid. It makes more sense to restrict just ground pounding with ground pounds. And don't disallow dives until, you know, you actually get the thing for dive. How do you have the patience for this? The fact that we weren't resetting the file every time I made a mistake, that's how. I have backflip, so I can do the fast strat on phase 2. And probably phase 3. If I do this right. Splice the resets out live. Yeah, I tricked chat. I used some mind magic so they actually don't think I've made any mistakes. What mistakes? Exactly. I didn't make any. Alright, we're almost free. I'm gonna do another round after this one. No, this is the last one. That reminds me, I need to make sure. This is the last one. Go, Mario, go! Alright, we have Bowser. We can do everything now. I'm actually still gonna try and avoid doing a triple jump as Bowser, even though, you know, technically it's like sort of different, I feel. You want more? I'm sorry. There's like one or two other challenges we might do on another day, like I said. But I need to work on a video. I originally told myself I wouldn't record the footage I need to record tonight, but I think I'm just gonna record it tonight. Because, like, originally it was a thing where, like, oh, I don't want to wake my parents up, but I should be fine because I'll just be talking like I'm streaming. So it should be okay. I think I triple jumped there, but like I said, it's different. I know I said I was gonna try not to, but it's a capture triple jump. It's not a Mario triple jump. It's different. I swear. I'm not copium. I promise. I still love small lands. It's so good. I like how he jams. It's so smooth. Like, unironically, it looks like a 3D model from, like, in-game bopping its head up and down. But I know it's not that, it's, like, hand-drawn. It's crazy. Alright, chat. We finished the run in 1:45:29. I only made, like, 30 mistakes. Oh, why did I say I would do this run again? Why did I say I'd do it again? Why did I do this? Unlockable skills went horribly. Skill regression was just a mess. It was worse. Actually, no, it wasn't worse. Because the issue with unlockable skills is I technically did something that I wasn't supposed to be able to do for the entire run because I didn't even realize it was a skill. Freaking cap, throw, and hold. I will never get over that. We'll never get over that. Alright, well, now that we're done, chat, let's find somebody to raid. Okay, who do we want to raid? Twitch.tv/following. Who's live? Who is live? I've never raided this person before, chat. This is one of the people I played against when I was in the Alpharad Mario Party tournament. Ouija the God. They're preparing for a Splatoon Alpharad tournament that's happening tomorrow, I think. I'm not in that. I don't play Splatoon, so like I don't even own the game. I wasn't even gonna try and get in it. But yeah, give them some love. I'll see you guys later. I need to record for a video, so I'm probably gonna do that shortly after stream. Bye.